Did you get your second vaccine yet, Terry?
Yeah, we could do that now. Really? Oh, probably. So if you decide to call, yeah. Oh, that's exciting. Okay, so you guys like stage question. Oh, yes.
Terry, did you and Joanne get your second vaccine?
Yeah.
Hi, Julie.
How many degrees did you get in 3 years? Let's see. Does your sister go there? Yeah. Okay. That'll be nice. No. Yeah. I know, I was actually talking about cars I know they're all different. Right. I see you on the background. He's like, is it okay if I'm in the kitchen making lunch? Yes, maybe. Right. Maybe like.
Hello. Can't hear anybody. Hey, Wes, I can't hear.
Terry, try turning up the volume. Turn up your volume. Terry Park, turn up the volume on your phones. Hi, Gail.
Hi, Gail. How are you? Good to see you. I didn't know you, when you said you were just got home, I didn't know you meant home back to here.
Yeah, my parents did that. They said like up until.
Oh, no, when I was back home. Oh, okay.
Right.
Hey, Gary. Hi, Gene Simpson. We miss you.
Hi, Brad. Nice to see you. Nice to see you too in person.
I know.
Yay.
We got honored by the village last week. Thank you very much.
Oh.
You know that. Thank you for that.
I didn't have anything to do with it. It was all our fault.
Oh, good. Good.
Hey, Gary, hi. Hey,
Hi,
Gary.
guys. How are you? Oh, I don't have video.
Yep.
Hey, how's it
Hey,
going?
Tom. Good. Hey, thank you to Gabrielle for picking up that foursome.
Yeah, no problem. I have a feeling it was there yesterday and somebody just didn't know where to look. But when I gave her the name that you gave me yesterday, they knew right where it was.
Good. Good.
That's me.
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Hi, Jack.
Hello,
Tom?
Hi, Terry.
Hello, Daryl.
Daryl.
Hey,
Hi,
Gene.
Gene. Hi, Jack. Hi, Gary.
Hey, Tom.
Tom.
Hey, Tom.
Hi, Tom.
Can you do me a favor, Tom? Can you delete me from 25 a month to $10 a month?
Oh,
A week.
I think
$10 a week.
I think you have to do that, and we'll figure it out.
Okay.
Cancel the subscription, you can do it again.
Okay, so Wes will cancel your subscription, and then we'll have to just do it again at $10.
All right. It's okay this week. Next week. Let's do it at 10.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, guys.
Daryl, can you hear me?
I can.
Daryl, I have featured you in the classic video describing Doc Baker. So just so you know, from the meeting a couple weeks ago when you talked about him.
Yes.
So don't be too shocked when you see yourself.
You mean when other people start painting? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, right. All right, I'm muting over here, so you guys just talk amongst yourselves. Remember, we can hear you a little bit.
Thanks for the update, Tom.
Gene, are you down in Florida?
Yes, I am.
Weather's beautiful
Not-
down here.
Oh, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Absolutely perfect. Yep. But I hear that Chicago's going to get like in the 60s Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
That's what
Right.
I heard. Good for them.
We're looking forward.
I'm sure. Terry, you're in Florida too?
Yes.
Very good.
It's going to be 80 here today.
Nice.
Tough day for you.
Well, fortunately, there's no wind.
Oh,
The spring here is just like spring in Chicago. Everything's blowing all over the place.
We got Chris Hinojosa with us.
Hi, Chris.
hey, Chris, good to see you. See you tomorrow.
What's going on tomorrow? Oh, you got the senior barn tomorrow, Jack? Good. Have those remained busy with, over 100?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, one time we had 160, I think.
Wow. Yeah, there's a big need.
Yep. It's nice the library comes over and she hands out books to the seniors as they lined up. They line up by car. So they get some books besides sometimes we have farmers market stuff to hand out too, besides the meal. Just depends.
So when the library does the books, are they taking them out for 2 weeks?
Yeah, they just check them out. She has
Nice.
a little mobile thing that she checks them out for them. So it's nice for them. They don't,
Yeah. One-stop shop.
yep.
Well, I'm happy to tell everybody I got my second shot, so I'm good to go.
Good for you.
Good. Nice. Did you have a reaction?
No, but yesterday, after the third day, my left shoulder was aching a little till I realized the shot was in the right arm.
So that must have been from where Joanne punched you.
Yeah, right.
Normally, though, that's the jaw.
See them fool around, right?
Yeah, fool around.
No, I meant, she goes right for the jaw right now. None of this little patty cake in the arm.
Yeah.
Marianne,
Marianne.
Hey, Marianne.
I want some hints because neither one of us have our COVID and I've been calling and going on the computer and we can't get one. So anybody have some hints on the COVID vaccine? Yeah. Anyway.
well, Bill Kelly had some last week or the week before. I don't know if you tried that.
No, that didn't pan out because that filled up quick. So
Oh,
Keep trying.
yeah, good luck.
yeah.
Debbie finally got her first one here yesterday. And it's only because they opened up a new site.
Yeah. Well, they've opened up 2 new sites near us, but the problem is They only have one registration with Cook County. And when I went in with them, they wanted me to register at some downstate sites. They wouldn't give me the sites. It's crazy.
Well, there's a Jack Lucas lives down there.
Right.
They thought it was you.
Yeah.
Well, most of you have probably heard of Maricopa County
Yeah.
in Arizona. Yeah, Sheriff Joe is one of our favorites. He's like almost 90 and he still wants to run for office. But there's a lot of sites in Maricopa. In fact, I go back from mine, the second one, the 18th, and I have to go all the way to the high school, which is gotta be at least 2 miles from here.
Yeah, well, I had to drive 5.5 hours.
Gonna get started in about 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes.
Gary,
Yeah,
I
my
tried
first
to
shot.
say that. Gary, I tried to say that before you sat down.
Yep. And then they told me that even though I came all the way from up to Jacksonville, Florida, they said the day before they had someone come up from the Florida Keys.
Oh my God.
That's a jaunt.
Man,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to go all the way to Glenville Heights, all 10 minutes.
Oh,
I got my second one on Tuesday, so I'm done.
good. We had a road trip, so we stayed one night in St. Petersburg and then 2 nights in St. Augustine. So there were nice places to visit.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's the best way to do it.
Hi, Barry.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Barry.
So how's the weather in Arizona and in Florida?
It's great. But Michael, you had 90 days since you had your positive test. We're waiting for
talking to
Joanne.
me?
Mike Erickson, he got COVID and I was waiting. They have to wait 90 days. Joanne had COVID and she's still got 30 days to go before she can go get her next start of shots. Because if you have it, you have 90 days with the antibodies in you, so you have to wait. Looks like we have a nice crowd for lunch today.
Yeah.
There's Coach down there. Hey, Coach. Hi, Pat.
Hi, Pat.
Greetings.
Hey, Pat.
does anybody know for the classic, are we being mailed anything? Like, I don't know what, but at one point there was I remember Julie mentioning something about that. Does anybody know?
I believe it's if you're a VIP of some kind or you're going to the VIP reception, I believe that's the mailing thing that you're talking about.
No, I don't think it's being mailed because my daughter's delivering anything to the VIPs.
So if we're in Florida, we wouldn't get anything.
That would be a long drive. Yeah.
Actually, Julie just
You get a
joined
lot
us
of
if you want
service
to ask
hours.
again.
I did. Sorry, I was just jumping into the end of that conversation.
Oh.
Would you mind repeating your question?
Sure. So Julie, the question was, is anything going to be mailed to people purchasing $100 tickets? Snail mail.
Yep, the answer is no. There's no tickets that are being sent out. Everything is electronic. The only people that are receiving anything are the sponsors that are at $2,500 and above.
Okay, thank you.
So are we just gonna use this same
Good
site?
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Time is now 12:15, maybe just a little bit after. My name is Wes Crockett. I'm going to call this meeting to order. As I said, my name is Wes Crockett. I am the president of the Rotary Club of Schaumburg Hoffman Estates. Today is Friday, March 5th, 2021. Hi, everyone. Who are you waving to, boys? Gotcha. So, 33rd meeting of this Rotary year. We have a great meeting today. We have Courtney and Talia from Guatemala Zone 3 Garbage Dump. They're going to talk to us today, but we're going to start today like we always do, and I'll ask you to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please ask my father, Don Crockett, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible. And if I please have Chris Hinojosa, so wonderful to see you, sir. If you could please lead us in the four-way pack in the way I interact with others. First, I will have the courage to tell the whole truth. I'll be kind in the way I tell it. I'll be fair and not seek selfish advantage. An open heart and an open mind. If I could please ask Mr. Jack Lucas to lead us in an invocation.
We could bow our heads. Dear God, we give thanks for this day and for the guests that are with us. We ask you to bless the Rotarians here and around the world with the projects that they're involved with. This meeting to our use, we ask this in your name. Amen.
Hey, Jack, we appreciate that very much. Please be seated as you are. And I think it is time to introduce some guests that we have today. Can I please ask Bob Fleischer, would you mind introducing the guests at your table? Mary Jo Shepherd, would you mind introducing your guests today?
I'd love to. I am honored to introduce Courtney McGovern, who is founder of Hope's Inn, which is you'll learn more about it coming up, and her intern, Talia, who's a senior at Barrington High School.
Welcome to our club. Welcome to our club. All right, going over to our other table here. Yep. Take it away, Nanette.
Hi, I'm happy to have my handsome husband, Paul, here with us today.
Welcome, Paul. Nice to be here. Thanks for joining us. Any other guests there? Seeing none, any online for us? Seeing no guests online. Let me go back here. All right. It's time to go over the good news of the week. And I have a couple of fun news stories to share with everyone this week. Tom, you mind sharing your screen and going over for me? So I saw a couple weeks ago in Scotland, they started naming their snow plows. And I thought this was hilarious because they gave some really funny names. So, of course, we don't do anything original here. So in Minnesota, they started naming their snow plows. And some of these I thought were absolutely hilarious. Some of my favorites were Plow Bunyan, Snow-B-Wan Kenobi, F. Salt Fitzgerald, Darth Blader, and one of my personal favorites that wasn't up here, Britney Spears. Next one that I thought was great. Go to the one about the twins. Whichever one you find first, cool. This one, if you're someone who has not gotten the vaccine yet, might make you a little bit mad or happy, depending on if you're an animal enthusiast or not. But if you're in California and haven't gotten the vaccine, know that all the apes at the San Diego Zoo have all gotten the COVID vaccine and you have not yet. So great for them. California is a different place.
According to
That's
the
pretty incredible.
health officer,
And
the
the last
decision
one
to administer the
that I thought was kinda
vaccine
cool.
came
Yeah,
after 8 gorillas
got
at the
a
San
vaccine.
Diego Zoo became
I
the
haven't
first
gotten it.
great apes in the world to contract COVID. The apes are expected to be
The
tested.
last one I thought was really cool. Two girls, both adopted, living in
And I
New
know some
Haven,
people are
Connecticut,
saying
started
that
working at a
the
restaurant.
results
Thought
actual
they looked
species
remarkably
each
similar to
vaccine,
one another.
you know, they're endangered. So
They looked at their
you could
adoption
actually sort of
records
learn
and
a lot about
they
how the
said there's
vaccine
no
works as
possible
well.
way that they could be related, despite the fact that they even have the same tattoo. They had both gotten the same tattoo independent of one another. I thought that was really interesting, but it turned out they took the ancestry test, like 23andMe. And it turns out they are blood-related sisters, full sisters. Thought that was pretty incredible. Twins. So hopefully that puts you in a good mood this week, and you might want to give some happy dollars to our club or talk to us about something that good that happened to you this week, maybe a birthday or anniversary. Mr. Bill Kelly, go ahead.
$5 I was pleased that on Saturday, I received the endorsement of the Daily Herald for my attempted reelection to the Harper College Board of Trustees. And I will be reaching out to every Rotarian to help me get the word out. Thank you.
Congratulations, Bill. We appreciate it. Can I have a collector?
I'll go online with that one.
Thank you, Bill. We appreciate that. Go ahead, Gail.
I have $5 happy. I'm happy to be here live.
Yay!
And I'm here for the weekend because it's my granddaughter Haley's 8th birthday.
All right, Haley. Nice to see you, Gail. Yeah, going if you could. Thanks so much, Gail. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Annette.
I have a happy dollar because my husband's joining me today.
Yeah.
And a happy dollar because of all the donations for our silent auction.
That's awesome. Nice job, Rotarians. That's what I'm talking about. Any other happy dollars in the room today? Anyone else happy? All right, Holly.
I'm happy and late.
Sorry, looking fly as always.
I'm really happy that we're going to put together these goodie bags for Easter for the kids in the Wing Safe House today. So I'm $10 happy.
Nice. Nice. All right.
I'm happy I got my second COVID shot, and I'm on this Tuesday, I'll be 100%.
That's what I'm talking about. Congratulations. Yeah. Me too, yeah? Me too, yeah? Yes, awesome. That's great. How about you guys online? Anyone else happy out there? Hopefully I did my best to get that to you. All of that good, happy news about COVID vaccinating. Like we got Julie. Go ahead, Julie.
Happy. I mean, I'm just thrilled at where we are with the Classic, and I'll be sharing a lot more of that during the announcements, but I am, as usual, I'm really just so inspired and floored by what we do in this club. It's just incredible. So I'll share a little bit more during announcements.
Thanks, Julie. No more happy dollars. We can run right through this today. Going into club business and announcements, just what Julie was trying to jump to, but I got a couple, Julie, if that's all right, to talk about first here. First, I have in front of me the first new badge I've gotten to give out this year, and I'm very proud to be able to give a badge to Sosie Abrahamian. Sosie, thanks so much for being here, and congratulations on your new badge. Next up, I thank you all. Sorry to you guys online, I was coming back with this. So I think you all might have seen, but this week our Rotary Club was honored by the Village of Hoffman Estates, who gave us a Great Citizen Award. And we're going to put this up on Facebook, and hopefully everyone will get to see it, but I'm going to just read this to you really quick and tell you what the mayor of Hoffman Estates proclaimed about our club. So, the Village of Hoffman Estates is proud to present the Great Citizen Award to the Rotary Club of Schaumburg-Hoffman Estates on Monday, March 1st, 2021. The Village of Hoffman Estates presents this Great Citizen Award in recognition of the outstanding commitment and generosity exhibited by the leaders of the Rotary Club of Schaumburg-Hoffman Estates to provide toys and good cheer to children and families who participated in the Village's Shop with a Cop drive-through event in December of 2020. This event is essential to bring hope to low-income families across our community in what is often a very stressful season. The donation made by the Rotary was by far the largest reason the police department was able to hold an event in 2020. Did you hear that? Our donation was the largest reason they were able to do that. That's incredible. When all was said and done, 37 families comprising 63 children were able to enjoy Christmas. There is zero chance the village would have been able to make such a big impact in a year like 2020 without their support. Thank you to the leaders and the volunteers at the Rotary Club of Schaumburg-Hoffman Estates for your continued support of people in need and for helping the Village of Hoffman Estates continue to grow to greatness. Congratulations, Rotary Club. Tremendous, tremendous. So, thought that was pretty cool. Julie, I will pass it over to you for your announcements.
So again, I am absolutely thrilled with what's happened with the Classic. I can't say enough to show my appreciation for all of you, because it is absolutely your efforts that make this happen. So thank you all very much. I do want to share a couple of things with you. Specifically around the event, there's been a lot of questions about what time it starts and how do you get there and when will things open and when will things close. And so we are starting the silent auction on Wednesday at 12 noon. We will open the silent auction, so get your bidding ready. A lot of you are already registered for that. If you are not, you can do that on the Better Unite website very easily. And if you're not and you don't want to do it until the program starts, you can do it at that time as well. The event will start with a pre-event at 5:30. There will be a lot of information that's shared during that first 30 minutes. There's a lot of talk about our sponsors and some of the things that we've done in the past year. Some other information that'll be pertinent to the evening for that hour that we're together. There will be an opportunity for you to look at the silent auction before the event starts during that time. Instructions on how to register for the silent auction if you're unclear on how to do that. And an opportunity to learn how to make a drink. Mary Sproul is going to be our mixologist for the evening, and she's going to be making an old fashioned for us during that time. So that'll be a little bit of entertainment for you. We'll have some music during that time, and then at 6 o'clock promptly, we will start the event. Once the event starts, it will be a recorded webinar event. You will be getting a link if you have bought a ticket, either a raffle ticket or the event. You will be getting a link. We are going to email it to you and anybody who's bought a ticket, so that it's going to come directly to you. All you need to do is click on that link. Very similar to what we do here during our meetings. So that event will be approximately 45 to 50 minutes, and then we're going to go live for the raffle. The raffle is going to be a little bit different than what we've done before, but just as exciting. So we're going to start this year with the $10,000 winner. The wheel that we use this week or during our weekly meetings is the wheel that we're going to use for the drawing. So the very first announcement is going to be that $10,000 winner. So that's a little bit different than what we've done before, but we needed to make this change to make it work smoothly during this live portion of our event. So then we'll go down from there for the rest of the drawings. After the live portion of that, the event will be closing. After the closing of the event, our auction will stay open until 7:30. It will close automatically at 7:30, not 7:31, not 7:32, 7:30 on the dot. It's set up electronically. Very cool things that can happen when you're doing things virtually. So at 7:30, it's completely over. It's going to be a really fast-paced, a lot of things going on. Tom has done an outstanding job, just an outstanding job. I can't say enough about what he's put together for us. It's going to be really cool, and I think you're going to be really proud. We're going to hear a commercial, and I'm going to put myself on mute because my dogs are going crazy. Do you want to do it now, Tom?
Hey guys, it's Natalie from NBC5 News. Nice to see you here. I'm hoping that we'll see you again. In just about a week, we have a really big event coming up. It's for the Schaumburg Hoffman Estates Rotary Club. It's a pandemic year, but we're going to have a virtual classic event, and it's going to be for a very good cause. Critical fundraising this year. We hope to see you there.
That's awesome. That's one. Yeah. Although no Foo Fighters.
Yeah. Thank you, Tom. That was super fun. So that's kind of a glimpse of some of the things that you can expect during the event. Next thing I want to talk about are tickets.
Sorry, Julie, please repeat.
Okay, so I was saying that it's, that's just a glimpse of what we can expect during the event. Natalie is our MC or host for the evening, so she'll be doing the introductions and reminders throughout the evening during our hour that we're together. The next thing I want to talk about is our ticket sales. We have currently 430 tickets that have been purchased or sold by Rotarians, outstanding. 516 tickets that are going to be in the drum as of today. Big news. Ticket sales will be closing at noon next Friday, March 12th. Wait, what, Rosemary? I can't hear you. Saturday at noon. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. You're on mute. The ticket sales will close on Saturday at 12 noon. We will not be selling tickets during the event. Those tickets are not going to be sold during the event. If you need or want a raffle ticket, please purchase it before next Friday, ideally, but it will be open on Saturday morning until noon. Okay, so we currently have 516 in the drum. Nancy Redmond, I cannot say enough about what Nancy does. Nancy has sold to date 116 tickets. It's incredible. I don't even have that many friends. But anyway, 116 tickets. It's outstanding. I can't say enough thanks to you. Someday you're going to have to teach the rest of us how to do this, because it's just incredible what you've done. Coming in, and Lauren Trimble has sold 41 tickets. Alan Gabe, 21 tickets. Barry Christian, 18 tickets. Rosemary Justin, 15 tickets. Jean Schlinkman and Don and Lisa Crockett, 13 tickets. We have 6 individuals who have either purchased or sold 10 tickets. Obviously, it drops down from there, but just an outstanding job. Thank you all so much for all that you do to support this event. Is George there? I don't know if he wants to talk about sponsors. I don't want to take up too much more time here, but
George is here. And he's on his way up.
Okay. George is going to talk a little bit about sponsors.
Give George just a moment, everyone. He's going to make his way up to the podium.
He's running. I see him.
Okay, so sponsorship wise, we gotta really bring it for Ann and Lauren Trimble. Between their company and their foundation, $50,000 to the company. So they're our presenting sponsor. Then we have Acuity, Dan Dunn with Acuity at $10,000, and also, go ahead. And then Sean Parker with AFSG Consulting also at $10,000. Montgomery and Eaton Dental, the Canning Foundation, and BMO Harris, all at $5,000 each. Berg Engineering, the Panopolis Group, Kelly and Kelly, Harper College, Amita Health, Alan Gabe and Law, hold on, Julie and John Garlic, Julie and John Clark, and Mahogany Builders, all at $2,500. And then I'm just, Friends of Rotary are $2,499 or less. So I'm going to go through this, quite a few of these. Lamp Incorporated, Barry and Marilyn Christian, Bill and Joan McLeod, Docky Law, Heritage Bank of Schaumburg, the Royal Family, G&J Accounting, Edward Jones, Roger Smith, the National Philanthropic Trust, the Stephen W. and Carolyn Barrett Charitable Fund. That's Holly's brother, I believe, right, Holly? Yeah. That's a real long one. Lexitas, Rhonda Jensen, and Tom and Margie Wiankowski, who are friends of Lauren Trimble. So, doing well, doing well. That's it. Thank you.
George, are you gonna say what the total was?
Thank you, George, for that, and thank you specifically for all that fine work that you've done, making this an incredible year for sponsors. It doesn't make sense to me that we've been able to do this, but I guess it kind of does, given the talent. Sorry, Dave. Appreciate it. So I'll turn it over to Tom Ghosh, who has a couple announcements for us.
Okay, we've got a couple of things announcement wise. The kids are trying to get jobs. Are you looking for workers? You can contact these fine schools for teenage workers, part-time entry-level work or internships. Same as last year. Paula, who you've seen before last year, sent this out. I will send this out again in the Wednesday email. It just got to me too late to send it this week. So please do that. We also have Jim Fabrini has asked me to remind people that he's got only a couple of spots left for the NCAA Beat the Spread pool, $100 each. You can contact him directly for that. And I think that's all I got. Now, Holly.
Hi, everyone. I just want to make a short announcement about the Spiritware. It is on order, but Russell Hampton's had a couple of out of stock situations. So a few of the pieces have been delayed. So just wanted to let you know. I'll keep you updated when I get the delivery date. I will let you know. Thanks.
Okay. I think that is all we could think of, except for now it's time for the other. What's that?
Silent auction announcement?
Give us one moment. George has got one more announcement.
Okay, I don't have spaghetti sauce on it. So, the silent auction, we're going to have basically three kinds of items that are going to be listed. So some that are straight up donations. So whatever they go for, the club gets that money. Some are going to be consignment items. So we're going to only receive the amount above the initial bid. And then we have one item, it's a blanket, which I brought an example to show you. These are going to be buy it now for $40. It's a Rotary blanket with our logo. It says Schaumburg Hoffman, it says Rotary, and then it says the Friendly Club. So it's specific to our club.
George, hold it up right
Hold it up in front of the camera.
The camera's right there. There you go.
Buy them outright or do you?
Yeah, so these are buy it now at $40. You don't bid on these. There's going to be a buy it now button, right?
I hit buy it now. Hopefully it will allow us. When I put it on the website, it's on the buy it now, no limit as to how many orders. So I'm hopeful that that's going to work. But we'll figure it out so it does work.
Right, and if somehow it doesn't work, what's that? Oh, okay. So Nanette was saying that there should be a buy it now button. If that doesn't work for some reason, we can take orders whenever at the club, whatever, and just these have to be made to order. So we're going to wait until orders come in. You know, like Nancy might want to buy one for every one of her grandkids. Who knows? I mean, we might get a lot of sales. You never know. All right, thanks.
You could probably mute me anyway, couldn't you?
All right, so now it is time for the Queen of Diamonds raffle.
Can you explain what you're doing and why? Because I think it's really cool.
All right, for those of you who've not figured this out, last week we had a very, very lucky winner of the Queen of Hearts. It was a brand new board. The board was $85. We are a bunch of cheapskates here and don't want to spend the extra money. So now it has become the Queen of Diamonds raffle. Woohoo! Little excitement. Come on, need a little help here. All of the rules, same rules apply, except that if you get the Queen of Diamonds, it's like the Queen of Hearts. You get half the prize money and all that other stuff. And of course, if the Queen of Diamonds gets chosen today, it will be the Queen of something else. We'll figure it all out. But that's what we got. We have 199 people, opportunities here today. So let me share the screen. About $800. I have to reconfigure everything, but it's about $800, give or take, currently. All right, so here's the spin. Let's shuffle it up so that it's shuffled. Is everybody ready? Are you ready in here? Are you ready online? All right. Oh, it's not clicking. Oh, that's because it is. Oh, look at that. All right, so I gotta stop sharing the screen. We got Barry is online, I believe. The board is yours except for number 43. You cannot choose 43. What do you choose?
24.
24. All right, let me get the hammer and chisel.
This board is particularly stubborn.
This one did not want to, well, I think it's had something to do with it being the, what number did you say?
24.
24. All right. Yeah. By the way, the website where he got this originally, they've got some really fun games. So the next one might be a little, come on. I guess I'm
We
not.
can't see you, Tom.
That's all right. You don't need to. I'm struggling.
That's what we want to see.
Oh, it's a heart. I could see that. And it turns out that it is a heart. So it is in two of hearts. Wah, wah, wah. Two of hearts, two hearts that beat as one. All right. Well, that went over just about as well as I thought it would. Anyway, the Queen of Hearts will continue. Our raffle prize will increase. And that's all I can tell you.
Thank you, Tom, as always. George Panopoulos, any chance you're ready for us up here too? Our fine master this week? So, it is now time to introduce our very fine master this week, the great George Panopoulos. Hands together, everyone. Hands together, everyone. Yeah,
George
no.
Tom and West
Get your
Show.
steps in, man.
Okay, so to our guests, I'm the fine master, which means I can fine anyone here, any amount of money that I want for any reason, or online. If you're online, I can fine you too. I don't know what the cap should be. I'm gonna say the cap is $5. I doubt anyone's gonna hit that because I'm being generous today. You know, we got the classic coming up. Everybody's donated so much money, worked so hard. How do you find Rotarians? You know, we're doing everything to help the community, so I can't really see a good reason to fine anyone anything. That being said, I figured out a couple of things. So, boring fines first. If you're not wearing a pin today, it's $1. If you don't have your badge on, it's $1. Over there in WebEx land, if you don't have something showing Rotary, a plaque, something on the wall, something on your clothes, $1. Got it? All right. So now these are going to be totally random fines. I don't want to pick on anyone, so I'm not picking on anyone. Totally random. And in the spirit of Tom's wheel, I downloaded a wheel too, because we're going to do a totally random fine. So let's see how this works. Okay, so totally random question. If you have not had a Shamrock Shake in 2021, that's this year, pay $1. Okay. If you ordered the spaghetti and meatballs here today at lunch, that would be $1. And in WebEx land, if you're eating anything with meat, that's $1. This is going to go real fast, I promise. Totally random, by the way, these questions. If you have sold less than 100 classic tickets, pay $1. That's not so random. It's kind of specific, but it's random. No, I don't think she's on. Is Jody on?
She may be the call in first.
All right, in case Jody's hiding, if you've ever donated Bears memorabilia to the club for the Classic but are a true Packers fan, pay $1. So we don't know if she's here. If you were recently married and sell real estate, pay $1. I don't know, Sam on? Do you know? Damn it.
It'll be in a minute.
Oh, you're all gonna pay this one, I think. Just totally random. This is random now. If you don't have the most recent copy of the Rotarian with you right now, pay $1. And on the screen, if you can't hold it up in the next 5 seconds,
Oh my
$1. Who? Damn her.
Terry put up his phone.
Oh, that's fine. I got a feeling there's a random question for Julie. I'm not sure. If you have never been to Guatemala, pay $1. Huh, that's really random. Just a couple more. Oh, no, this is random. If you are purposely avoiding corned beef until St. Patrick's Day, pay $1. You know who you are. No one should avoid corned beef, by the way. It's beautiful. Oh, this one probably, I don't know it yet because it's random, but if your doctor tells you that you need to drink more fluids and you go home and make margaritas, pay $1. Yeah, that's what everyone's. Okay, last one. I promise. Oh no, maybe one more. If you drove an hour or more to get your COVID vaccine, pay $1. This is the last one, I promise. Okay, if you know literally every single thing about every single Rotarian and your name rhymes with Hooli Blark, pay $1. Okay.
Beautiful as always. Beautiful as always. Thank you, George. We appreciate you raising some fun money for our club today. And now it is time to turn it over to our speakers today, who I'm going to ask. Mary Jo Shepard, if you wouldn't mind coming up and introducing our speakers. And while Tom gets the presentation ready. Thanks, Tom.
Mary Jo, I want to say one thing. Okay. So anyway, I'm going to have Mary Jo introduce these two lovely ladies. And I want to thank Mary Jo, and I want to thank a few other people that have volunteered information to me. I've asked the club to give me names of people they think are interesting, subjects that are interesting, friends that they think might want to come to the club. And a few people have done that. And I want to really thank Nanette and Mary Jo and Nancy for making these meetings more interesting and more entertaining. So you're on, Mary Jo.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce this young lady, and I'm going to give you a little bit of a history. I met her probably 8 or 9 years ago when she was volunteering as a cheer coach for my daughter. And since that time, her and her twin sister have started a nonprofit organization called Hope's Inn. And what happened was when she was younger, her parents were very vigilant in taking them out on service projects all over the world. And they noticed in Guatemala, in the garbage dump community, that how horrible it was. And one of the families they're so close to, were these little girls they became really close with, her sister became pregnant, and they were really worried that they lived in just a 10 by 10 shack. And their house was all built of things they found in the garbage dump. And that doesn't really leave anything for rodents to get in and things of that nature. And it becomes pretty horrific. So they founded this organization. They started with a fashion show
to raise money to build houses in the garbage dump. And the volunteers go, they pay their own way, and they go with them. And we run medical clinics. I think they've run sports clinics before. You know, we do a variety of different things to help there. And why I say we, because I had the pleasure of going. My son's gone twice, but I've had the pleasure of going with my entire family once down there to the dump, all 5 of my kids and myself. And an amazing experience to take your children and see firsthand how the other side of the world actually tries to live. So with no further ado, Courtney, as I know she doesn't look that old, but she has finished high school, finished college, been married, and now expecting her first baby. I know you really can't tell. I mean, she's one of those women that we curse because she's 6 months pregnant, doesn't look like it. And she has an intern from Barrington High School, who's the one they usually put on the fashion show every year. So her intern is called Talia, and they're going to come up and share their story.
Can everyone hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for having us here, and I think Talia will come up. I have to grill her with some questions later in the presentation, but thank you for the lovely introduction. I think I can skip through some slides now that you shared our story so wonderfully, but I thought we could start out with a video. Like Mary Jo said, I work for Hope Sin. It was co-founded now 9 years ago by my twin sister and I when we were juniors at Barrington High School. And our mission is to empower families living in Guatemala City and help develop the next generation of humanitarian leaders. And so this is a video about just an overview of our organization. A lot of times, you know, for people who may have not traveled to impoverished communities or done service work, hearing the word community that surrounds the garbage dump, it's really hard to picture and visualize what that even looks like. And when we talk about our teams and the experience that we have together, it's hard to visualize as well. And so just a little bit about this video, and we have a series of videos on YouTube. They were actually made by young adults who were born and raised in the garbage dump communities. They were taken on by a mentor who's a friend of mine who taught them video editing, filming, photography. So we did hire them. These videos were made by locals in the garbage dump communities. So just a fun fact about the video that we'll play now.
Coming closer, 'cause I want you near. Lean in, won't you? Come on over, 'cause you.
Hope Sin team, it's a great experience.
If only we could all get together. If only we could all have company. If only we could all get together. All the better off we all would be. So won't you come by, don't you?
Looking into the eyes of the families that we help and work with is really rewarding and really strikes the chords in our heart.
Little better with a little company. If only we could all get together. If only we could all have company. If only we could all.
Experience it for yourselves. You will not regret it. You will never be the same again.
Hope Sin has made a big impact in my life.
We love Hope Sin.
La honra y la gloria sean para el Señor. Gracias. Dios les bendiga.
Okay, so that was just a little overview. Just a little background about the communities that we work alongside. They're home to about 13,000 people who are partially or completely reliant on the city's landfill for means of survival. And what that means is Guatemala City, in the center of the city, is about a 40-acre ravine that is the city's garbage dump. So garbage from all over Guatemala City is brought to this big dump, anything from medical waste to food from fine dining restaurants, it's all brought there. And so families will go into this garbage dump for probably 8 to 10 hours a day looking for bulk items to recycle. That's mostly what people's livelihood comes from. So they're looking for bulk, they're collecting bottles of plastic, or they're taking glass and they're breaking the glass and then selling it based on weight. And so the average family makes about $5 to $7 a day. The average family size is 5 children and usually a single parent household, the mother. And so that's just a little background about the communities. I don't know if I could pause there if there's any questions in general about the communities that we work in. Yeah.
Excuse me, do all the poor people live in this dump area, or are there other parts of the city that are also communities?
You'll have to repeat the question.
Okay.
Oh, yes. So she asked if this is like the largest population of people that live in poverty in Guatemala City. And no, unfortunately, Guatemala has high levels of poverty throughout the city. This particular community, it's classified as poverty. So the UN deems extreme poverty as $1 or less a day, which there are a lot of communities in the rural parts of Guatemala, but this is just a high level of poverty. There are other, socioeconomic factors that are dangerous here as well. There's high gang activity in these communities. There's a lot of violence, and but a lot of Guatemala City, unfortunately, there are high levels of poverty. Yeah.
Is that garbage dump still active? Like that's where the rest of the city still actively sends it, or is it a relic and it just exists?
Yeah. So he asked if this is if it's still an active dumping spot or landfill for the city, and yes, I mean daily there's tons of trash that are brought in, and people have settled here probably anywhere from 50, 60, 70 years ago. So we're now into like the 4th, maybe 5th generation of people that are living in these communities. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Around 2004, 2005, there's a video about children of the dump. This is the same dump they're talking about.
Yeah, so there's some film that she asked about in 2004, 2005 that came out. I'm not sure exactly what film it is, but if it was talking about a garbage dump in the city of Guatemala, then yes. There is one other large garbage dump community in the rural part of Guatemala, but this is like probably the one that they were talking about. Children of the dump. Okay, I'll have to look and verify, but it probably was. Yeah. Yes.
So in addition to living by the dump and being poor, they also are dealing with flies and bugs and vermin and odor.
Yeah. So they're she's asking just about the other environmental elements, and there's a lot of health concerns. I mean, the way a lot of these communities are being built up is on like sediment of trash. So you have methane gas that's emitted in families that don't have concrete floors. They're breathing that in. Sometimes they'll have children sleeping on the floor. So there are a lot of health concerns, in the communities. So I'll keep going.
One of the things we saw often was when we did the medical people, most people have a respiratory issue.
Respiratory. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Area, because the dump is actually a resource.
Yeah, people migrate to these communities. I won't get into it too much, but they migrate because there's opportunity, especially if you don't have an education. you can go into the dump and find work. So trying to go to the next slide. I'm not sure. Oops. Hyperlinked. There we go. Okay, so Mary Jo told you a little bit about our story, but this is the little girl that I met when I was in high school. Her name's Monica, and she's now almost a young woman. She's 17 years old, but at the time she was just 8, and her sister, who was my age at the time of 15, became pregnant the summer that I met her. And so, like Mary Jo was saying, my sister and I thought, well, maybe there's something we can do to change the living conditions and the life, just the lifestyle of the next generation of their family. And so I think I have a picture of, sorry, it's not letting me, oh, there we go. These are just her and some of her sisters. The eldest one that was pregnant is not in this photo, but we thought maybe we can do something. And so we really loved Guatemala. We were passionate about it, but we thought maybe our friends, you know, they haven't been there. They might not be that in tune or motivated to fundraise with us, but we thought, what do they love? And they absolutely loved fashion. And so we came up with this idea. We called it Hopes in Style. The Garlands of Barrington allowed us to rent out their entertainment room for free. And we hosted our first ever fashion show fundraiser. And so, yeah, we needed to raise $7,500 for a house, and we ended up actually raising double what we needed. And we were just blown away. We were so excited. We raised about $15,000. And we thought, you know, we had this transformative experience going on a service trip internationally, especially as a family. And so maybe the people that donated for this home would want to go and build the second home that we funded. And so I think we have a picture of a fashion show. But so that first summer, we took a team of 27 people to Guatemala. Again, this was almost 10 years ago. And it just snowballed. I mean, just like my sister and I, people just became very passionate about the communities. They fell in love with the families and the children, and it grew. And so since then, we've actually built 43 homes in the communities. Last summer, we would have built our 50th home, but because of COVID, a lot of our building plans actually got thrown off. But we've expanded. So over the years, we've not just gone down laser focused on building homes. We've tried to listen to community leaders, to the families that we work alongside, to different nonprofits, and figure out what are the challenges that people are facing in these communities. So that's what inspired some of our other programs. For example, we've done medical work. So we've hosted 12 weeks of medical clinics. Our medical initiatives were started by a man named Dr. Dale Coy, who is at Advocate Good Shepherd. And we've hosted clinics for people. We have also expanded. So again, going back to that statement of wanting to listen, we asked communities, you know, who is some of the most vulnerable in your population or in your own community or country? And a lot of what people shared with us are children with disabilities. It's very there's very extremely limited access to education, therapy, services. So we've taken on an Inclusion Alliance, which is a program of ours, and we staff a special educator in Guatemala, and then we also have special educators from the Chicagoland area that create trainings and do trainings throughout the year for the educator and their staff. This number is actually outdated. We've actually given just over $17,000 to Guatemalan-led medical initiatives. So we know we can't go into a community with all the answers. So we look to experts, nonprofits, and we say, what are your needs and how can we just come alongside your work? So we've actually given over just $17,000 to medical initiatives. And during the pandemic, just the essentials of food and water were really needed by families. And so we gave over 195,000 meals to families in the garbage dump communities throughout the pandemic. So this is the second part of our mission, and I think Talia will help me at the end with this. But we have this mission of empowering families in Guatemala City and then developing the next generation of humanitarian leaders. So a lot of that is done through different service learning programs and curriculums that we've started to develop as an organization, in addition to bringing people to Guatemala. And so I wanted to ask a few questions. So can you guys share about a time you were inspired by the upcoming generation, either through Rotary or your profession?
How about right now?
That's really good, yeah. Thank you. Any other examples? Technology? Mhm. Yeah.
One high school student who's doing the mask sewing and getting those masks up to underprivileged people.
Oh, yeah.
Emma Davenport.
Yeah, that was great.
Emma
I liked
Davenport
hearing
from
her.
Masks Now
Emma
at Schaumburg High
Davenport.
School. Yeah, she sewed like 70,000 masks for kids and people in this area.
Wow. That's a lot of sewing.
There's a 13-year-old, the Chicagoland area, who set up a website that would gather all the vaccine distribution sites around the 6 surrounding counties, acclimate them so that anybody could go there and look at open vaccines.
Wow.
So it was a 13-year-old kid who developed that, who developed that app and put it out.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. It's called Chicago Vaccine Angels. It was my good news story of the week last week.
That's amazing. So why do you think it's important for Rotarians to engage with the next generation of leaders?
If not us, who?
If not us, who? Yeah, I guess posterity and leading by example. Yes. Why do you, or what do you think matters to the next generation of leaders?
I think in talking with some of the folks from the Satellite Club, diversity, inclusion, things like that are at the forefront.
Mhm. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that on social media as well. Acceptance. Mhm.
Certainly climate.
Climate change, yeah.
I think the younger generation is much more involved in what's happening in the world than we were. I think that when I was 25, I was much more concerned about what was happening in my own life. And I really think this generation is thinking globally.
So global minded. And then I think this will be our last one, but what challenges do you think these young leaders faced in 2020? Human interaction.
Well, the pandemic for sure, but it seems like younger up and coming leaders are more adept and pliable with the whole technological thing, that whole element of it.
And then
But
at the
they
same.
were better suited to deal with the pandemic than.
And then at the same time, it also, they needed more of the in-person at the same, they got it, they were able to connect, but then that's all they were doing. They needed the interpersonal communication too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry.
That's like political division among your club, I mean, society.
Yeah, political division. Yeah, for
I
sure.
also think that the young leaders today are facing a huge generation gap with the people who are in office now, and are so, there's so much of a gap between ages, that I think that, they're really, I don't want to say the people in office are out of touch, but suddenly they are out of touch.
Not paying attention anyway. They were paying attention.
Yes.
Tremendous and too much possibly, too much of the economic resources are in the older generation, not available.
Yeah. No, those are all, yes.
The political parties are a little strange down there too. was about 10 years ago. I sold $100,000 machine to a guy going on and set it up short for a year because the other party got in.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Guatemala definitely has an interesting political history too. Yeah, but yes. Yeah, so I wanted to ask these questions because these are things our organization is thinking about too and why they matter to us. And just a few things that we think through is just, you know, like you guys mentioned, young people are highly engaged with current events. And we're seeing that, you know, there's a lot of adults that get involved with our work. There's high schoolers that get involved with our work. But even branching out, middle schoolers and even younger are just so aware of different things going on. And to be able to engage them in a dialogue about social impact in a positive way, in a healthy way where they might be used to different divides that they see politically or in society, and try and bridge gaps and show that service is a way that unifies us and brings us together. And then this was obvious, but young people will be the future of our communities. And also just knowing that it's important to equip young people with tools to change the world, and make the impact that they want to have.
My fault. Right.
And so some things that we really tried to do with our humanitarian development is just creating an inclusive service community. And maybe that goes back to what Tom's saying with just inclusion and what you were saying about acceptance. We really branched out, and during the pandemic, you know, we were usually planning these big trips for people to go to Guatemala, and we didn't have that opportunity last year, but we could really funnel a lot of energy and focus into, okay, who's in front of us right here, right now, and that was, you know, families in the Chicagoland area, and how can we engage youth with humanitarian development and service. So we had our Hopes in Academy, which is a service learning program we run at Barrington for freshmen, where they engage and learn about nonprofits, they learn about social impact, and then they work together to do their own service project. But we expanded. We did the Hopes in Academy Junior, which was for middle schoolers. It was completely virtual. It was so much fun. And then we did Hopes in Academy Young Adults, which were for young adults with disabilities in the Barrington area and beyond. And they met for 6 sessions, and we engaged and talked about what is service. You know, we say we want to change the world. That means there's something wrong in the world. So what is it in our communities that we see and observe and want to change? We have our internship program, which Talia is part of. And then also just creating service opportunities for the families we work alongside in Guatemala. These girls in the corner, they are actually packing food for their own community. And they're part of our Fortaleza program, which is for at-risk girls and teen moms in Guatemala. But they said, look, we have nothing to do. Their schools shut down during the pandemic. And so they got together and they helped pack this food. So just 2020 and moving forward, I guess we've been very encouraged with how young people have stepped up during the pandemic, and we've had our largest intern class yet, which these are high schoolers, mostly from Prairie Ridge, Barrington, and we've had 53 students join, which was really exciting. They had more fall and winter events than we ever had before as a program, and they're planning our first ever virtual fashion show. So I'm sure Talia will tell you about it, but we are just encouraged to see students stepping up. And so, yeah, we're not that much different in age, but I wanted to bring Talia up. And you can see our key team here from the interns. Talia is co-president. She actually has her younger sister, Brescia, who is the co-vice president. But I thought we could ask Talia some questions while we're learning about the next generation. Maybe we're the same generation. I thought we could ask her some questions. So how did you get involved with Hopes In, and what's been your biggest takeaway thus far? So I got involved with Hopes In last year. I moved from Michigan in the fall of my junior year. And then when I was starting to get involved at the school, the former president invited me to come to a meeting, and I immediately fell in love with Hopes In. So I started coming, and then it's turned into now I'm one of the presidents. So I love the club. And then my biggest takeaway so far is definitely how there's such a small group of us here in Illinois, and how we can make such a big impact for all these people living in Guatemala City. I have not been able to go on the trip yet because of the pandemic, but seeing all the programs now that we've set up and how much we helped out these families during the pandemic, it's been crazy to see how a small amount of us can really make such a difference. So I guess, what do you think matters to the next generation of leaders? I definitely think amongst my peers, we are very involved with what's going on around the world. And during the pandemic, I think people really got in touch with what's happening and what's outside of our own bubbles. So everybody was kind of posting about things, trying to see what they could do to help out in the world, what difference they can make so that when we grow up, we could be living in the world that we want to be living in. So I really think that's probably the biggest thing that matters to my generation.
And then, what are you looking forward to at Hopes in Style 2021?
So Hopes in Style this year, as Courtney said, is a virtual event, which is the first time we've ever done an event like this virtual. So we're just looking forward to seeing how many people can attend and how many people we can reach. Since it is virtual, anybody can go onto the live stream and watch. I'm also looking forward to seeing how many funds we can bring in, because if it's not a typical year, the fundraising is going to look a lot different. And since it's an online event, since there's so many more people that can attend, we're looking forward to seeing how many homes that we could possibly build and what other programs we could put funds into.
What is the event?
When's the event?
It is the event.
Oh, what is it?
When
Oh,
is Hopes in Style 2021 virtually?
April 11th. Yeah. Do you want to tell them about the theme?
Yes. So the theme this year is Masquerade, Hope Disguised. So we're having people just create fun masks, more eye masks, but I'm sure some people will probably come in with some special face masks as well. So it's really whatever they want to wear, but we're just incorporating this mask themed hope disguised through what's happened last year.
And then how can people here support the fashion show?
Just by helping us spread the word, and even if you would like to attend or help be a sponsor for our show, would be greatly appreciated. It is going to be live streamed, so you can watch it from your living room. It'll be very easy to access.
I think
Is there a
that's
website that's promoting it?
Yeah. So we're using Better Unite, which is a fundraising tool. Are you guys using that? Okay. Okay. So it's just Better Unite and then Hopes in Style 2021. But you can also just go to hopesin.org and it's right on our homepage. It's the main banner.
We just went out of battery.
Oh, that's okay. I didn't know if I clicked something.
Sorry to you people online, we just went out of battery here. Actually, the video is off anyway.
I think that was my last question for Talia, but does anyone have questions for her?
I have a question about like the homes that you guys build. Like, is there like a specific, you've kind of boiled it down to like almost like a kit kind of thing, and how much does one cost? And I'm just curious.
Yeah. So she's just asking about the home building process. So we partner with a local organization in Guatemala called Potter's House, and they're the ones who have the network of community leaders that will talk, they'll go to them and say, look, there's a group coming, they can build 1 or 2 houses, whatever the number is, and who in your community needs this the most? And they know their community, they know their neighbors, and they will nominate someone. And then Potter's House does the whole process. They make sure the family
owns the land so that we won't build it and it'll be gone the next year. And then they work with us and then a network of local masons who we employ while we're there to build the house with us. So the local masons are basically teaching us what to do. And by the time we get there, the foundation's already laid. So we're not like putting the cinder blocks together, but we scraped stucco the walls. We mixed concrete by hand because the alleys are too small for a truck to mix it. So that's really hard work. I don't know if anyone's done any construction projects. And then we paint and clean the home for the family.
Where do you build them?
We build them in the existing space that the family already had there.
In the dump?
Yes, so the dump is the ravine, and then the like areas surrounding it is where the people have settled on the land.
And is that land owned, like, is it easy for them to acquire it in order to build a house? It's like kind of where they're squatting now?
Yeah, it's mostly, yes. So when we say own, they don't ever like purchase, mostly they don't purchase the land. It's that people have squatted on the land for 10, 15 years and then it's theirs. And that's the space that we build on.
So you're just replacing their shanties
Yes.
or whatever with something?
Yes, something more sturdy, yeah.
And
Yes.
giving them a floor.
Yeah, so floor, many of the families don't have running water, so we bring running water to their homes, which is a game changer for them because like for Monica's family, they would use they would pay their neighbor to take a shower there. And when in a vulnerable community, it's not the best for young girls or for, you know, a lot of different people that might be vulnerable. So getting running water has a whole host of benefits for them.
Electricity, I remember the little boy in the house we built, when we were giving in the house, he kept hitting the light switch, like, just amazed that, oh my God, you hit the switch and lights go on. He was amazed that there's electricity. I mean, it's like he's never seen it before.
Yeah, electricity. Yeah, that's another huge benefit.
Is there concern that the government can come in and basically say, okay, now we're charging rent for this house you now own? Is there any concerns because you were a non-NGO, to worry about a government attack or bullying, if you will, so they can make more money?
Yeah, we have seen the government go into some other like squatting communities that have popped up around the city. But for the most part, they do not really touch that area. It's almost like, it's almost something they don't talk about and they don't get involved with the communities because it's like one Guatemalan once described it that, and this is very sad, but he said it's kind of like that stain on your carpet that you just move furniture over and you cover and you don't want to talk about or bring to light because the conditions are so bad and the government has done so little to help or support the people there. And so for the most part, they're very ostracized. There's a lot of stigma around the people in the communities. And so the government, for the most part, is pretty uninvolved in the area. Yes. Oh, sorry.
How much money would it take to fix this?
I mean, I think that that's a good question. It's all very complex, and I think that's something we've learned over the years is just how complex poverty is. Because even if you take the families out of this community and you bring them to a beautiful place in Guatemala City, they might not have an education or they might have just various forms of trauma that they need intense counseling to work through. So I think there's a lot of early intervention that could probably be provided that would help, especially, starting at even just a young age or with young moms and making sure they get prenatals or making sure they get the care to just set their child's brains up correctly. But I don't know. I think if we're thinking like if we could put them all in dignified housing.
But they use the dump for a resource.
Yes.
So.
Right. So that brings the education and
Let's remember that people at home can't hear people in the crowd,
Oh,
so this is making it a little bit tough for people at home.
They can hear a little, they can hear a little.
Just repeat the question.
Oh, so
I
we,
get so many emails after this.
sorry. We asked, how much money would it cost to fix the communities? And I think resources would help. But we've learned it's so complex, and sometimes even just a safe home, structure, there's so much still beneath the surface to address that makes it challenging.
Did you bring up the Orso Bear?
I wonder, what is you said this lifestyle has been going on for 50, 60, 70 years?
Yeah.
What is the longevity of this garbage dump?
Mhm.
Garbage dumps seem to have a beginning and an end. I mean, when you're providing a place for these people to live, I mean, is this dump gonna be something that's gonna go on forever?
So he was asking about the longevity of the garbage dump. I think that we've seen the systems get a little more formal. So about 5 years ago, they introduced, hey, if you want to go in the garbage dump, you need to buy a permit. So they're actually charging families to go in there and pick the trash and do it's basically what businesses they're starting, and they're micro, but they're like recycling plants. These people are like recyclers, and that's what they're making money to do. Of course, the conditions that they're working in are unfathomable, but I think we've seen some small developments, and it's starting now. A lot of families are collecting the trash in bulk, and then there's a middleman now that buy it from them, so they don't have to walk all the way to where we sell them, and the middleman's taking a cut and then bringing it. So it'll be interesting to see over the years how corporations or people get involved and develop this process. But yeah, I think even just over the past 10 years, there's been a lot of development. There was a community that band their money together, and then a nonprofit matched the donations, and they paved the road. So they have like a paved sidewalk that goes through their community. And so perhaps, that's a hope. There'll be progress in these communities so that the conditions are better. And they mature and become safer places for people. But yeah, I don't know how long the garbage What happens? So he's asking what happens if the government comes in and says we're closing it, it's at capacity. I think that's a great question. I don't have any research to tell you about it, but what I would guess is, I think there's probably limited land that people can squat on. So I would say there probably is a capacity. I think that as the country as a whole, until they could put more supports in place and work through the high levels of poverty, people would find another place to squat. There's other garbage dumps in the country. There's one in a rural area called Chiquimula that people live and squat on, and it's a lot more empty. But I think until the root of, low levels of education, broken family structures, different injustice, until that's addressed, I think there will always be a garbage dump somewhere for people to go to, unfortunately. And whether that be whether that be, cartels or joining other sort of labor groups, people will find things out of desperation, I think.
I have time for just one more thing when Hazel.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, and try and get you back on here, and I'll ask everybody in attendance to please rise. All right. And if I could please ask, Nanette, would you please lead us in the 4-way test of the things we do?
Test of the things we think first.
Truth. Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? Will it be beneficial to all concerned? This week, just like every week, let's remind everyone that Rotary opens opportunities. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys online. I know it was a bit rough today. We're doing our best. It is getting, I might say, harder and harder to do this. So I appreciate your patience in staying with us a little bit. I know it was rough, and just know that Tom and I recognize everything that you guys say and echo, and we're on top of it, trying to give the best product we can. I appreciate you staying with us. Thanks, guys.